Well, belated good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. I was just getting ready to start the stream, and I had a real important phone call came through here that I was not expecting. So I apologize. Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I'm going to have to do just kind of jump to the front and get a couple things going here. I'm going to do the TLab snap now because I'm late on that one. Excuse me. And that is a one that I need to do. Okay, let's get this off the ground. What happened here? The TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And it is it's a place that I spend quite a bit of time, and I feel a certain kinship to. So every day, about 8:20, and I'm late now, I put this snap through for anybody over there that can't, doesn't have the same kind of charting. Yeah, so I'm just going to cut to the chase here. We're going to open in 4 minutes. There's no real reports out today. Everybody's on standby for the FOMC meeting tomorrow, as near as I can tell. Even DAX and FTSE are in a real low mode today. This is IRT. You can see what the overnight. This is the overnight range. What does that look like to you? This is yesterday's RTH. This is the ETH so far. Completely balanced, absolutely flat. No real long or short inventory. I would guess basically short inventory because here's the close and here is our price. So basically most of the overnight trade has been lower than the close, so that would be short inventory. You might look for a little responsive buying on the open. Just quickly going through all this stuff. Here is yesterday. Here's our big spike yesterday. Gap way up. Remember, it was also a rollover. And there we are today. So smack in the middle here. Yeah, sorry to be behind the curve like this. That's the first time that's ever happened. It was my son, which of course is absolute priority. You know, life's what happens while you make another plan, doesn't it? And we're going to open here in about 3 minutes now. I have not set up Bookmap for trading yet. This is Bookmap. This is Blue Boy. That's the first print of the Globex session. I put one on the first print of each session. It's just a vertical line here. Boom, bam. And you see what I'm talking about when I mean tight range. So there is the overnight. There's the overnight high. There's the overnight low. That's 12 to 35. So it's about 20 handles wide all night. Yeah. We're going to open in a couple of minutes, minute and a half. I will set up Bookmap for trading. Notice that there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. Phone again, stand by. Phone's ringing. Panda's pissed. Hold on. Okay, and we're open in 10 seconds. So let's get this open out of the way, and then I'll see if I can put out these fires. It's all good. There's nothing bad, just timing. 10 seconds. And I'll get through the, all the usual stuff. Wow. Been up since 4:30, and all hell's breaking loose here. What is this noise right here now? There's our open. Okay. Look at this. Look at this open. We're not moving. This is pretty incredible. I don't think I've seen this before. Probably, but even if I widen it way out, this is nothing going on here. Wow. 5-handle range so far. I'm going to move my IRT to RTH session only now, so that that's all up to speed. Wow, this is pretty weird. I don't know what. All I can think of they're waiting for is this. Of course, there's the possibility this MOU is going to go sideways. That Israel's, they're rattling the cage over there pretty hard, and Trump keeps insulting Netanyahu and Israel, and I don't know how much longer that's going to go down. He's talking about Israel wouldn't. He actually posts Israel wouldn't exist if it wasn't for me. I'm not sure that's going to go over very big with him. And that's really the only actor that I could see that would probably tip this MOU with Iran over. I think. I'm certainly not a political wizard, but yeah. Well, anyway, okay, let's have a look here. There's our opening. Here's the full session. This is Bookmap, so this is the micro composite columns. This is the high and low volume nodes. Full session volume profile, delta and RTH volume profile so far. We haven't set up the statistics yet, and we've missed the ones that are important for me to do there. So we will now look at the statistics type and just put in the statistics as they come. So first of all, we're going to determine the statistics open, and that comes from the stats over here. And let's do that. We opened higher in range. They highlight the correct type, so that's nice. Overnight volume point of control is 80.6%. The way this statistics work is the system looks back at the most recent 1,809 trading days. Of those 1,800 days, we opened higher in range 561. Of the days we opened 561, these are the probability or the percentage of time expected that we've hit these levels. So overnight volume point of control is 80.6. So let's jump over here and first of all change the column title because that's important to me. Higher in range. The reason that's important is when I look at the screen snap or the stream, I can tell the data by looking here. Clear yesterday and go to overnight volume point of control, which is somewhere in here. Where did it go? Right down here. See there? And that's right here. So this is 80.6. Okay. And the overnight high is 74.7. And that's right there. Now, these are probabilities, percentages. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand, but you'll notice how quickly they're being picked out, picked off, whatever. Ooh, that's no good there. Let's get this up a little bit more. Get you up where you belong. There you go. Previous close is 69.2. I think that's right there. Yeah, so we're going to put that next to the, just below the overnight. 69.2. That's the previous close. That's already been hit. Yeah, previous close, IB high, previous POC 68.3. That's right here. That has to be hit already. Yeah, it is. 68.3 was right there, so that's already been taken out. The reason I'm doing these is for the record and the recording. You know, I very seldom ever get them mixed up like this, but, and I actually need to put POC in there, so I know that it was the previous POC. High and low, what else we got here? Overnight low is 48.1. That's down here someplace. 48.1. Boy, I very seldom do this playing catch up here. This is pretty weird. That's the first time I've ever done this. Actually, not been able to be here at the in advance of the pre-market and the open. Anyway, it happens, right? Overnight low, we got that. Previous high. We're gonna just go with what we got. Okay. We've got a few statistics in here now. Not many, of course, but what are you gonna do? Where'd my glasses go? Or anything else? Okay, those are the stats. That's that. IRT's not playing nice. I've switched everything. I hope to let me confirm everything's on the full session. RTH. Yes, it is. Okay. I'm running around backwards here. Okay, well, that we're kind of up to speed. I really apologize for that, but you know, very good news and very important. So be sure that that will always take priority. Family stuff. Let me see now. We have Bookmap chugging along. Here's the initial balance high, the initial balance low. Those are right where they belong. These are the probabilities for that initial balance, edge-full data-based initial balance trade. What else? I feel like I'm on fire here and I don't know what to do next. Good morning, whoever you are. Welcome to the stream. Oh, let me just get to that. It's real important to know that the purpose of this stream is my virtual trading journal. I trade live on Bookmap, real-time, live, active data, never a recording, never playback. I do my analysis and my statistical vetting or determination whether a setup has a edge or expectancy or not here in IRT and using Edgeful. This is how I do that with backtesting. Any trades taken in IRT by systems like this one are in the IRT simulated environment, not live, because I'm not confident in my coding skills really to push this to a live to the live market. So this is where I do my homework and statistical. I don't take any trades which are not predetermined to have a statistical edge or expectancy. using this system, rigorous, real backtesting. And I make no trade or financial advice because I'm not licensed to do that. But I do trade live right here, and I only trade statistically vetted trades. So if I'm looking at the IB trade setup, if it's starting to form, I'm narrating that. When it triggers, I enter, and then I manage the trade live and real time right here in Bookmap. So, there you are. Read the disclaimer in the description. And look at all this volatility here. Trump, is in France, so hopefully he's been real active. Early this morning around 4:30 when I was up, he was just posting bejesus out of stuff. I suppose Truth Social Inc. And so maybe they fed him a big meal and he's asleep. I don't know. No, France is still happening. But we'll see how it goes there at G7 over there now. Okay, let's get Blue Boy on the job here. I've got to go through all the things I do every day. So I need 8:30. That's Blue Boy. That's the first print of this RTH session, and there's the open. We have taken that one out without any issues. Okay. See what else we're doing here now. This is the initial setup of this. This is where these levels are coming from over here. They're being pushed from this chart. Now, let me explain once again. This is how I do my homework and statistically vet or verify that a setup has an expectancy, positive expectancy or not. This is the setup. This chart has nothing to do with the actual trade or system, but it is a visual tool for me to verify that things are happening where and when I expect them to from this system. So that's what's going on over here on all these on these charts, and it's in the simulated environment. Should it put a trade on of IRT? Okay, I think I got that one nailed down pretty well. Wow, interesting open there. And last night was a snooze fest, man. It was just well, yesterday's RTH session wasn't much better. This is yesterday's RTH, and here we are now. And the overnight was a real drama. Here, let's look at this. Let's look at TradingView, and I'll show you what happens when you try to predict something. Okay, here was Globex, nothing. Here was Asia, Tokyo, nothing until finally broke out the IB or the opening range breakout trade. Finally happened at around 10:30. I was long gone snoozing because I was at a 4:30 opening or 4:30 wake up call. And here we are for London, and now here we are for this current initial balance. And last night, before I went to bed, I said, well, I'm predicting, since we had it was about here, right? And I said, I predict that we will be down here before 8:30 this morning. And you see how good a predictor I am, how good of a fortune teller I am? Not very. That's why you should never do that. And now I don't know what to do with how you get rid of this shit. I don't even know. Oh, here we go. Okay, there we are. And this is TradingView. Just quickly, these indicators here are, if you subscribe to Edgeful, you get all of these indicators here that they've built, and that's part and parcel of the subscription. I had never used TradingView before, but it's really slick. So much easier to zoom around and see things. And these are what I'm working on for the Globex stream here at risk neutral trading now. This is the third week. I'm trying to determine if there are some interesting opportunities in the Globex Open and the Tokyo Open for the opening range breakout. So far, nothing. London is way too late, and here we are today. Okay, I think I'm probably about as confused as I can get. Well, look at this. Look at these. What is this? Dingle balls or what? Jingle bells, dingle balls? I don't know. Huh. Boom. Boom. What do you suppose that's about? Now, I don't take any trades which are not vetted setups, and I'm waiting for the development of the initial balance trade. And again, I'm sorry for the delay and the screw up there on the open, but hey, great news, and I'm happy. Never will I make another choice like that. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Man. Can't stop sneezing here on top of everything else. Told that woman to lay off the sneeze powder in my coffee. She thinks it's funny. Okay, well, let's see what else I've. What else? Okay, I get the disclaimer is in you. I've described Bookmap. I've described IRT. We took a look at the trading view. Why not to predict things, and how funny that was or is. Let me kick off something here in the music department to kind of get things going. Funny, you know, I don't know. Been up since 4:30, so I've been up for now, 3.5 hours. No numbers. Tomorrow, of course, is what everybody's waiting for. Tomorrow is the FOMC rate decision. Kevin Warsh's new job as the big shot, nominated or put forward by Trump. claims there's going to be an independent Fed, and all indications are that the Fed should raise rates. So let's see what happens tomorrow. And I'm sure that's exactly what's going on in the mind of everybody to do with the markets right now. And probably why we're in this giant holding pattern all night. Not to mention, look at today. Okay. Got some liquidity living up here at the 40s. What else am I thinking about? Oh, yes. It's probably a good idea to be able to trade, isn't it? I knew there was something out there I was missing this morning so far. And that is, if you're going to trade with Bookmap, the first thing you must do is activate the trade control panel by clicking this paddle lock. I'm way behind on all of my other stuff there too. Hold on. And okay, I think we're getting there. Sorry. Activate the trade control panel by clicking this paddle lock. That opens up the trade control panel. Now with the newer version, you select an account. In this case, I'm using a series of Lucid accounts to vet this new trade management hedging strategy and de-risk from my usual AMP live futures account funded by myself to this Lucid evaluation system, which means I can trade size, get paid, or generate revenue and minimize my risk return on investment. So the first thing I'm going to do is make sure that it's the right size for the hedging, and that's 5 micros. You can then click this button again. You get the real estate back, cancel and close all, and the metrics. You can turn these metrics off or on. They don't, but I have them on because I want them that way. Now we need to make sure that we're multi-account trading with Lucid and that we have the correct, wherever it went, where'd it go? Statistics, also Lucid. Remember that this is a holdover. The system has been running since the Globex stream last night. So that's why these things are preset, pre-activated. Before there was a Globex stream, then I would set this stuff up and do it every morning. Now let's look at the hedge idea. And that is got to be a similar setup. So we do the trade control panel. These are the minis. Pick the account. There we go. And it's one contract. Obviously, if you're, hopefully you know that the ratio of micros to minis is 10-1. So that will come into play here when I describe the hedge and we'll go through how that's going to set up. Again, real estate back, cancel, close, the metrics. Now I've done something that I haven't tested yet, which is going to be real interesting. This active data column is a dangerous place. If you accidentally click anywhere over here, even if the mouse, you notice how the mouse pointer is still a $sign, but I'm hovering over the price level. Well, if I were to right click and try to move the price up or down when that is the case, like now, that would be an automatic limit order long at this level, and it would go right down, or not limit order, market order, and it would go right down here. That happened about 3 weeks ago. It happens frequently to other people, and it's a pain in the ass. What I've done then is I noticed that they have a new settings idea here called Order Related Dialog Configuration. I have put market orders to require confirmation. I haven't tried this yet. I don't know what's going to do. I'm assuming it's going to pop up a thing that says, do you want to make this order? And I will say yes or no, because I very seldom trade with a market order. Or, if I'm going to put the hedge on, I know where I'm looking. And I will have like a limit order right there. It comes down and takes it. Okay, great. We're all right. And I'll have the add, and then I'll have the hedge. But very seldom do I use a limit. A market order. So let's see what happens. I don't know if it's going to work, but it will certainly prevent me from having some kind of craziness go on over here, which did happen a couple, 3 weeks ago, actually. I was trying to move this up or down. Now, one thing else you can do, if you're trying to adjust the price level, you can just roll the mouse wheel and it'll do that. I, out of, I don't know, habit or whatever, I right click and drag it up and down, which is what screwed me because I had come this way, and you notice it's still a dollar sign. If I right click now to drag that up or down, it's going to put a limit order, or it used to want to put a limit order. So a market order, man, I can't talk. I'm going to just go get some more coffee and shut up. Yeah, and welcome to the stream, Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. The idea here, or the process here, is that everything on these two main trading monitors are captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. And that's how the journal is recorded for all time. Permanent record, complete transparency, full accountability. No trades ever taken off the stream. Never see a replay or a recorded trade on the stream. Notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application, so you can always see any open programs, including the system clock to the second, and the date ties back to the date on the timeline for both Bookmap or IRT. I mean, think about it. It's my trading journal. Who am I trying to bullshit? Me? That's ridiculous. So that's, there you go. Wow. Now, let's see where am I after that big soliloquy here. Playing catch up. That was 30 minutes of pre-market wrapped into a quick one. Let's see what we got here. Let's just, this is way after the fact, and I realize it's really stupid. So let's just look at the pre-market quickly. Just a chop fest, wait and see, and that's exactly what we had. So, here's the open. And there's the RTH Open. So there we are. And here's the current RTH session, and we're smack in the middle of it. Let's see, what did I forget else? I don't know. None of this dramatic price action here has anything to do with me. 36 to 24. Ooh, 12 handles wide on the IB for the first 30 minutes. That's pretty amazing. We're 12 handles wide here for the first 30 minutes of the IB. Of the RTH trading session. And you can get a pretty good idea what's going on right here. It's so lackluster that IRT doesn't have any lag. Now that's saying something. That's amazing. volume. Remember, this is the new contract. We're trading U, the U contract. Rollover was yesterday, started Sunday evening. Yeah. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I don't know what it is. I'm really dying to try this. Try this market order thing and see if it, see what it says. See if it pops up something. Well, we did push out the IB low a little lower now. Remember that it's not, the IB high continues up for 1 hour, low continues down for the first hour. I mean, so these are not levels. They are just, it's just expanding the range. Now, if I right click up here, that's a limit order. That's a stop limit short. If I left click below price, that's a limit buy order. Where you get hung up is if I were to left click above price, that would instantly be a market order at wherever the market is, and similarly to the downside. I'd like to test that out in a replay, but now that I'm doing this Globex, there's no replay because the Globex session that I'm testing starts at 1700 when the market reopens. So I have to be live, and then after the recording and the live recording has started for the session, I can't shut it off and start over. That breaks the continuity of the recording. So what I believe to be the case is if I were to click left up here, that would try to send a market order long. And it should ask for confirmation according to this setting that we have over here. But I'll be the first to say I'm not a brave enough boy to give that a try at this point. I don't want to hurry up and have a trade on I have to cancel real quick or something. No, man. And we're past 9 o'clock already. We're already halfway into the IB. With this price action pretty quiet like this, I think I'm going to try a market order, which would be a dummy click down here, left click, right click. Below the market should be a market order short. And I should get a confirmation pop up. So is everything ready to record? I think it is. Nope, that didn't work. That went short. I'm going to cancel. I'm going to close, okay? Well, that didn't work. It immediately fired a market order. And it would have been a reasonable, instead of a $12 loss, it would have been in the money down here, 3 points right here. But that's good to know. That did not work. So this is still dangerous. That's freaking weird. So let's see this again. Order related dialogue. Market order confirmation. Didn't happen. How in the hell does that, why did that not work? I mean, I don't mind losing $12.50. By the way, let me say something else. That is pretty weird. Well, that's really surprising and disappointing, but glad to know. I very rarely, and I don't believe you should trade your P&L. I usually always have this on ticks, but in the case of this hedge system, I need, the only way I can tell what's going on between both instruments, because they're not related to, they're not displayed in one view, is to have it on dollars. So they are both on dollars. And what happened over here? We got all kinds of craziness going on. Well, that's pretty disappointing there. It's even more disappointing that I didn't wait a little bit and get a couple of 3 points out of it. But boy, why would that not work? I wonder. That's pretty weird. I don't know any other way to have tried that, so there we go. So this is $65, you know, this is 5 times 12 bucks. 12 and a half, that's exactly. And we would have had, well, there's the short and there's the cover. The short, had I flattened here, that would have been nice, huh? 2 or 3 points. Would have been a lot better than what I did do. I was actually quite surprised. I was busy looking around for a pop-up to confirm that order. That sucks. That really sucks a lot. So there you go. There's a heads up for you. There's a bit of news for you. I wonder if you have to have restarted or something stupid, but it ought to tell you that. This is, that's pretty disappointing. Good to know, but disappointing. Orders related dialogue confirmations. Order confirmation. Market orders didn't do anything. Wow. That would be a surprise for someone. It was for me. Okay. Well, we learned that one. I'm a little disappointed I wasn't quicker on the button over here to take some profit, but better than not. Better a tick up than not, huh? Okay, let's see where we are now. We're 7 past, so let's start the data analysis, which is okay. Let's start the data analysis with the use of edge fill down here. So here we go. And the first thing we're going to look at is not the gap fill. We're going to start looking at the initial balance. And let's look at the basic one. So here we go. The initial balance is still forming. That's correct. We need to get to the MES. It never wants to remember this. I don't know why. I'm sure there's a way to tell it to do that, but I don't know. We're looking back 6 months, and we're on the Globex cash market right there. So in this session, on the ES for the last 6 months, this is a 79.59% probability we'll have a single breakout. Double is 22.8, and 1.5 is that we will have no breakout there. The next step that we need to look at is, and these are the last 5 days, and the data is down here for every day. So this is a nice report, but we have to get going, in my opinion, a little more to the point. Monday, look at there, 69. Tuesday, 65. Wednesday, 80%. Thursday, 70%. Friday, 92%. What a difference a day makes, huh? Incredible, isn't it? Now, the first 3 days have been no breakout, a double break. And 2 days out of the last 5 days have been single breakout. Oh, look at us go over here. Look at what's happening over here now. Okay, so let's keep going. Now comes the report that I find to be the most effective for me, and that is, but note, there is no condition where we've had in 6 months on the MES or on a Tuesday where we've stayed within the IB range. In other words, there has been no breakout. But let's go to this beauty back here. Let's go to Electric Avenue. There we go. Now we've got to clean up some custom stuff from the opening range gizmo and yesterday. Go to Tuesday. Here we go. So, be right back. Okay, where was I? Yeah, here we go. Weird morning. Now, MES, 6 months. And these are important. Going from this moment forward with the drill down in statistics, the sequence in which the IB levels were formed is important. So this is saying it's a 60-minute initial balance. Yep, it is. The IB high formed first. These are the probabilities of a breakout. IB low formed first. These are the probabilities of a breakout. And I can tell you without even looking at the trading view, you can tell even on Bookmap, okay, what happened? Well, there was the low. There's the high. Here's a new low. The IB high was formed first for the low. So that's the statistic we're looking for. And this can change umpteen different times throughout the formation of the initial balance. For example, right now, if price comes zooming up here and it pushes the IB high up, now it goes the other way. The IB low was formed before the IB high. It's real simple, but it's important, and it makes quite a big difference with the data. Well, as you can see, there's a 16% probability we're going to take the IB high will first break when the IB high was formed first on a Tuesday in the ES, looking backwards, MES looking back at 6 months with no ending zone data. If it's the low that's formed first, there's a 78% probability that the IB high will be taken out first. Okay? So there we go. And now we wait to see. We're going to wait for the ending zone data, which means there's no front running. And let's look at TradingView so we can really visualize this now. So far we have a 14.75 handle IB range. Here we are. There's the IB high. Ooh, IB low. IB high was formed first. And there's the IB low. Now, if we go up here and push this IB high up, it will be reversed. And this is the continuation candle, which gives a bias to the day, and it's real simple again. And I have all of these set for the same. You can have this continuation candle indicator at 15 minutes if you want or whatever. My theory is have them all on the same thing, which is the initial balance, 1 hour. I do the same with the opening range breakout in the evening. 1 hour, not 30 minutes or 15 or whatever. So the opening candle of the session, the closing candle of the session so far. Bias is short. We're going to come down and the high was formed first. So the suspected first break would be the low. And if price comes down and takes the low out again, that will continue to remain. The only way that the statistics would flip is if price goes up and takes out the IB high and extends the high to the upside. Yeah. So there you go. Okay. What else is new in the zoo? Let's check. Well, I'm sure surprised that this didn't do that. I was absolutely expecting a confirmation window. Doesn't that make sense? I wish Anton or somebody, if you're just lurking about, jump into the chat and what are your feelings about that? What was that? What did I do wrong? That reminds me. This stream is my virtual journal. It's completely transparent and fully accountable. This is not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now, my best effort to develop a consistently profitable trading business, and really open to and appreciate comments, suggestions, criticism, whatever in the chat. Also, there we go. So we pushed the low down again. Now, if I was still sitting there, wouldn't I be happy? And the idea being that a collaboration is how I can improve and everyone can improve, hopefully at the same time. Again, all the video on these, the video on these two primary trading monitors is captured, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. We've got about 10 minutes left. We've pushed the IB low again. But notice the IB low is still just 10 handles wide. Well, now it's a little more. Now it's about 12. Now they're going to go down with it now, I guess. I'm so surprised that didn't work right. I'm going to try to figure out why. Now, Rod's IB30 would have been successful by much, but what that says is that what Rod came up with this data that the high or low of the first 30 minutes, which is right somewhere here, right there. That's the low and there's the high. Has a 90+% probability of being exceeded in the second 30 minutes, which is a great statistic because you don't have to wait all flip a day. The initial balance, which is a very definite statistic that everybody knows, says that the high or low of the first 1 hour is exceeded at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. So you've got 6 hours to wait. It could happen at any point within those 6 hours. Here's the low, there's the high, first 30 minutes, and now we've exceeded that by whatever number of points this is, 22 to 17, 5-6 handles. Not much, but but it's just within the first 1 hour. That's a good statistic. I've actually started working on I've put together a session to try to isolate out the data about that in Edgeville here. And that's the IB30, somewhere around here. Opening range 30, sorry. So we've extended our IB low to the downside, now 17. We're still going south. Shame I didn't try my my thing here and then just be riding the short, isn't it? Timing is everything. Timing is everything. Wow. Going to take the overnight low and the previous low. Now this was my great prediction last night at 20:30 that we were going to tag this out before 8:30 in the morning. I guess I got ahead of myself. Probably catch it today. Going to get down to this overnight low though. We're just picking these statistics off. Bing, bang, boom. I didn't get the previous RTH high up here or the RTH low from the statistics study. I should do that. This is not cheating, by the way. This is adding previous high is 58.1. The previous high is 58.1. I mean, the overnight high, the previous RTH high and the previous RTH low are set. They were set yesterday. They're not going to go anywhere, so this is not cheating. But the reason I'm doing this is 34.2 for the recording and because these records are permanent, right? And the stream is permanent. So when I review the stream, I want to have as much data as I'm supposed to have, and typically I don't have a big hiccup in the get started part of the day as I did today. You'd think getting up at 4:30, 4:30 in the morning, basically 4 hours ahead of the open, it would be, I could get it all done, and then the phone call comes about 2 minutes before the stream starts. Still a narrow range, 36 to 12, 16, let's call it, 20 handles. We're approaching the IB. We're getting ready to be able to tell if our closing zone parameter, and the way that works is I can show you on Bookmap, and then I'll show you on the Trading View. These are the zones, 25, 50, high, 25, 50, 25, IB low. The IB high is put in first, so you always start allocating the percent probabilities, or the ending zone percentages, opposite the first level formed. 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100%. Those will be the values that are selected in the ending zone filter in Edgeful. If it were the other way around, if the low were put in first, it would be 0 to 25, 25 to 50. Simple. That's basic, right? Looking at it in TradingView, it's, as I said, and the way you determine that is the closing price at the end of the opening range, or the IB zone or time period. So in other words, the closing price of the last 5-minute candle within the first 1 hour here, because that's the IB, will indicate the zone. If it closes down here, it's 0 to 25. If it closes up here, it's 25 to 50, and so on. And then we're going to take that data and hop, skippity jump back over here to the data, Edgeful data, and that would be entered right over here, like this. Customize. Here's a brief description as I just gave it, and so we would select 0 to 25, 25 to 50, and so on. And of course, that means you can't do anything until the IB is formed, which rules out front running. And now, okay, there's a 78% probability that we're gonna break the IB high first if the IB low is formed first. Look at this one though. If the IB low high is formed first, there's an 83% probability we're going to break the IB low, and I would guess that's probably going to happen because we're knocking on heaven's door right over here now. We will still put in the ending zone, but this is how front-running people would try it. They would say, okay, if we pull back to the 25 or maybe to the 50, I'm going to bet on the 83% and I'm going to go short. I'm trying to be as statistically driven and methodical about this as I can. So what I'm doing is, the next step after we put the ending zone is to go back here to the retracement. And that goes like this. Well, first of all, we got to do some custom changing around here. We got to change this from Thursday to Tuesday. These all remain the same. Okay. Now, if the IB high is broken first, if it's a breakout, these are the stats. If it's a breakdown, short, these are the stats. Saying that if it breaks the IB low here, there is a 57% probability that we're going to retrace to the 25% level. If it breaks the low here, there's a 55% probability we will retrace to the 25% level. That would signal, in my opinion, a short, because there's only 28% that we're going to get up to the 50. So at least, and there we've broken the low, and it is the IB because we're just past 930. Boy, that's pretty close. So now there is now a 25% probability we'll retrace back to here, and 28% will retrace to here, and the ending zone is definitely in the 0 to 25% range. So let's get back here quickly. Enter the ending zone, 0 to 25%, which is going to have basically no effect. 87% probability we're going to break the low. 87% probability we're going to break the low over here, okay? So, we did. And if you don't believe me, the low was formed first. The low was broken first. The high was formed first. There's our statistic. Short. Now, are we going to pull back to the 25? Well, the data says, get back over here quickly. The data says under these exact parameters, there's a 57% probability we'll retrace to the 25% zone, and a 28% will get to 50. So there's a 25% 57% will retrace to here, but only 28% will make it to 50. So, for example, if it came up here and tagged into the mid, I would feel completely okay with taking a short. If it doesn't retrace, I'm, standing here like a dummy, and it isn't. So there we are. I'm still pretty disappointed in this confirmation thing. I was real happy that I had thought of that, and I thought that was a real solution to a fat finger mistake in that column. But no. No. Okay, now we know where we are, right? Let's look at everything. There's Trading View, big time. Let's look at who am I talking about? Let's look at IRT. Let's go over here to that particular setup. So here we are. There's the IB set. We've extended past the IB, but we don't have a trigger yet. Doesn't look like. Oh, wow. The breakout signal needs to be, when this is formed, it'll be a breakout. It opened above and it's closing below. And then the trigger will be a retest back to the 50. That's the way this is coded. So let's see if we get that. And there's our push down, IB low, right down here to this low volume zone. Yesterday, today. Now this will be the beginning of a new micro composite because these are overlapping. I hope some of this makes sense, and I certainly hope that it's helpful. That would be pretty cool. And the look of this lag now. This is ridiculous. Wasn't any a minute ago, and now we got 11, 12 seconds. I have got to ping Eddie or Bill Lind or somebody and say, what's the deal? Because I find this no good. And remember, I deleted it, but remember my prophecy was right here. But it was before 8:30 in the morning. It was before the RTH session opened. So I'm honest. $57.28. The thing that I've been kind of thinking about a lot is how do you interpolate between these two zones when it's this kind of a deal? So in other words, at what point we pull back to the 25, at what point between the 25 and the 50 do you interpolate and short? I'm going to say with all of these, both VWAPs, POCs, and the mid, I would feel relatively comfortable shorting right in the middle there. Say here, the mid, you know. Unless there's always the possibility of some, April Fool, the MOU was a big joke. I mean, who knows? With the reality TV that's just constantly spinning around, it's pretty hard to keep track of anything. Yesterday there was a stream of Netanyahu's a dummy. If it wasn't for Israel, it wasn't for me, Israel wouldn't exist. Vance is going, there's absolutely no cash involved in anything with this MOU or whatever, and literally two lines up, there's administration spokesman says there's up to $300 billion or $30 billion or something dollars potential, release of assets or something. What do you do? First of all, who do you believe? If anybody. That's, I think that for me about the best way to go is just don't look at the news. I mean, really, it's just too goofy for me. So there's the pullback. Now, under normal circumstances, this would be a fence trade because it is wicking into the zone, broken out in a wick. That's the fence. This would be a classic old-fashioned IB continuation trade where we just pulled back to the IB zone and we're trading off the other way. I'm trying to stick to the edgeful data criteria. We'll see what happens. We're going to come up here today. I'm going to have to make a choice to fish or cut bait up here the way it looks. That garbage truck near here that's dumping that dumpster from wherever. There's some apartments kind of across the alley and down the road there. It sounds like he's in my backyard sometimes. I don't know whether you can hear that or not. Hey, Antonio, bon dia. Bon dia. Off to a crazy start this morning. Right now, the IB is in. We've taken the IB low. We're looking for a pullback to the between the 25 and 50% zone, short. I had a real, you don't trade with Bookmap, but I thought I had fixed the issue of the potential fat finger problem over here in this column. So I gave it a test, and it very definitely did not work. What my fix was, I noticed a new setting here that was order-related dialogues. And it says order confirmation, market orders. So I had that selected, and my thinking was, well, okay, If I try to put in a market order, which is what a fat finger is over here, it's going to pop a confirmation window and not put me in a trade. So I tried it. Very definitely did not work. Now, my slow reaction time, I didn't take a profit on this mistaken order, but it only cost me 12 bucks. So, you know, that was pretty disappointing. Yeah, I'm going to have to ping Bookmap and ask them what the hell, you know, what are you supposed to do? So now, based on the data, this is the 25% zone. We have a 57% probability that we are going to retrace to the 25% zone, and only 28% will get clear to the 50. With all data and ending zone in place. So, we get to the 25, is it a short? My thinking is that I interpolate, or, you know, between the two. So I'm looking to this peak just over the mid, maybe, when we've got the VWAPs and everybody right up here. The problem we have is this is the full session VPOC, and the RTH session is still way up here above us. Your favorite. We haven't had your favorite POC movement yet, and there's a long freaking way till that happens, just looking at the volume profile. Well, there we go. There's that retrace. Now, do I go short here and put in the hedge? So that would be 20. Let's put a short there. 2075. And we're going to go 2375. Is the hedge trigger. And we're going to jump over here and go 2375. Where did it go? Is the long. Okay, now that's the full hedge. So there's the long on the mini. There's the micros. And we haven't gotten to the add yet. And did I screw up? I did. No, I didn't. Okay. This is really confusing to me when it puts all these account names over here. And I'm easily confused. Now, if it gets down here a few handles, I'm going to cancel these resting orders and start trailing a normal stop of 5 handles. No hedge. And I think I'm going to do that right now. The hedge is just a trade management at stop location. Thursday, I had an issue where the ad was triggered, but the hedge didn't fire, and I only got filled with 3 contracts rather than 5 on the ad. So that was a pretty disappointing day all the way around. So I'm going to put a stop in here now, and I'm going to figure out a way to pull this friggin' thing down somehow. Boy, that's confusing to me. I think, and I'm going to cancel the hedge. Oops. Let's cancel all of these. Okay, and now I'm going to put this stop in here. I'll put it right in at there we go, and I will cancel the hedge on this side. somehow or another. There we go. Okay. And now this is just a trail, but boy, all those account names out there is pretty freaking confusing. And let's see if we get down here to this IB again, which we probably should. And I'll be trailing, assuming I can figure out where to grab the damn thing. The target would normally be the initial balance low in this edgeful thinking. So I'm going to try to do this correctly here. See if I can do this right. Probably take it out. Yeah. Well, that's a bummer. But it copied the trades correctly. I got too spooked here, I think. And yeah. I should have waited for the pullback. Big mistake. Now it's going to take the IB low and run with it. Damn it. But you see how the live trade in Bookmap, this would have been the target, should have been the target for the basic edgeful idea. Now, as it stands, that's, net 137 times 5. So that would be a reasonably good day. The thing I'm happy about here is that I'm flat. Flat. Jesus, too many lines and too much crap going on. Well, let's see. So I was a nervous Nelly here, and I didn't give it the room. But here's where we're going to get the breakdown, and then this is where I'll start getting really pissed. I will not, however, succumb to FOMO, greed, desire to be right. Monkey Boy is out playing in the backyard, so we're going to talk a little quiet now so he doesn't hear. Yeah. Anyway, there we go. So that is a full circuit live trading. No replay, no rear view mirror, no recording. Real trading live data for money. And captured completely with the hedge set up in place. And the hedge, as I said, is just I want to be really clear that it's well understood. This is not some kind of hocus pocus averaging down Monte Carlo, anything freaking weird, okay? I'm going to be really upset that I didn't, you know, have a little more courage here to the, at least to the 12s. Because 20 to 12, right? That's 8 handles. That's pretty good. Anyway, I followed the rule. I followed the plan completely to the entry. And then the hedge. So if we look over here, the way the hedge went, now the entry was at something. What was it? Oh, I can look and see. Hold on. This is something that I do that is important also with Bookmap. Wait a minute, wrong thing. What happened there? Oh, I've got to reset these up. I'll do that. Those are the accounts I've got to set up down here because I forgot to redo them after the rollover. I'll do that off screen. What all these are is a well, it's the full account of the trade, but I typically, well, let's just do it. Why not? What the hell, huh? But I have them like this. And like this. And like this. And like this. So there is the complete breakdown of the trade that was just taken. The two trades. There's the me testing the fat finger, $12. Here's the second trade to the millisecond entry, prices, entry, fills, outcome, MFE, MAE, everything. Okay, and this is a snap that I would normally do at the end of the day with all the trades, but I'll just show you now. It's like this, and I capture the entire screen, including the clock and date. Even though the date stamp and time are always on my screen grabs, but this shows exactly how Bookmap plots out trades and the complete accounting for same. Transparency and accountability. And the reason I went through this exercise was I wanted to see my entry. My average entry price is 64.14.5. Okay. Now we can close this back out because we don't need to have that screen doing all those goofy things at the bottom down there. So what I'm going to show you is how the hedge works. 76.14.5. That was the hedge entry. 3 points or 12 ticks is the stop. It was a short. Could have been a long. Notice this will change over here. Where to go? Entry. Notice how this all changes and these relationships change, but this is a short, so we're going to stick with the short. Okay. So where was our entry? 76.14.5. 76, 75. Man, my eyes are gone south, I'll tell you. 76. Oh, that's the reason. Jesus, 76.14.5. That's the reason it looked funny. So the stop is 76.14.50. If it were a hard stop, if I were using the multi brackets, that's what we would have. Now, replacing the hard stop with the hedge as a trade management function. I'm having a sorry about, I keep forgetting to keep the chapters up to date. So rather than the stop, full stop, boom, bang, you're out, right? We add 5 micros, so there's a total of 10, and we know that the relationship or the ratio of minis to micros is 10 to 1. So we add 5 more micros short, and we go long 1 mini. There's now a direct net hedge. Here's the average price in, so we've improved our entry price. And we have a net hedge of 6 ticks. Price can go to the moon, could go out the bottom of the down past zero, doesn't matter. Most it's going to happen if we wait till the day and it closes everything out is we're going to lose 6 ticks. The key to the story is, and where I am still in development, is taking off which leg when. So obviously what this is in basic design to do, and hey Anton, good morning. Just talking about your hedge thing because I did a trade. I did a couple things. First of all, I want to show you that I was disappointed about, but the hedge trade was on, didn't fire. I trailed up, probably was a little too spooky, but there you go. And I was just explaining the hedge and the fact of how that it's not a replacement for a stop, but it is an alternate trade management. And this was suggested by Anton and developed by him. And I'm still working on getting out which leg to get out of first. So here was the hedge, and then I took it off. Now, what I wanted to show you, and well, you don't trade with Bookmap either, but the perils of the fat finger. Remember last couple of weeks ago when I accidentally tried to adjust the prices, but there was still a little dollar sign, and I was suddenly in a long, a market long. Well, I was looking around here and I saw this, and it looks to me like if you click this for market orders, there will be a confirmation fire, which, I assumed would be a pop-up that says, do you really want to go short? And I thought, oh, great. Because I never enter with market orders. I usually always enter with a limit order. Even now, today, even here, this was a limit order, not a market. So I thought, perfect. That will prevent some crap over here. I worked this out over the weekend, and I thought about it yesterday, but I didn't do anything. So today I tested it out. Does not work. I put a limit order right here. Bing, bang, boom. I was in the trade. So, over to Bookmap. Okay, I hope everything is going good in your worlds. Yeah, me too. Very definitely. Nice to pop the cherry, right? Now, I would have been a lot happier if I hadn't wussed out, because we just had the VPOC migration, so Antonio's all over that one. And we're going to probably go zimming down here to this liquidity at the 6s, and I'm going to be, pissed. But, hey. I wanted to get it over with and get something in the books myself and make sure I had it figured out. So I did. And when I took this is the second one actually. And the first one on Friday, was kind of a balls up, actually. I executed as I should have, but the hedge, the ad fired, the hedge did not, and the ad only filled 3 contracts or 2 contracts instead of the 5. So I was long 7. I think I was long 7 and no hedge. Now we're going to go down here and I'm really going to start, Monkey Boy's going to get all upset and be crying in the background and everything. I've left this money on the table. But I took this one exactly by the edgeful methodology with the data, so I feel pretty good about that. Got to have the schedule pretty well worked out too, guys. Now with TAM, it looks like Monday and Friday are going to be days where I need to leave at 9:30. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I have a 4:30 in the morning wake up call, but that means I've got her out there by 6, and I'm back for the full RTH 1 session, and I have to leave about 1:30 to go pick her up. So that's short sleep, but great for the stream and trading. So far, these Globex streams at night have had shown me no real potential or opportunity. Haven't had anything. But then again, it's been pretty crazy with all this MO. Here's a this is Globex, Tokyo, London. Well, Tokyo finally broke out at 10:30 at night. Didn't retrace and run. So, and nothing happened in the Globex. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep these up, because by the time this is over, I'm standing here for 16 hours and, I'm on stream 16 hours in a day. That's kind of a lot. I was hoping that there would be some opportunity here. And this one fella that I've mentioned where I got this idea, who trades these all the time and thinks it's all great, as I was talking about it last night. It's the Qs or the SPY, but he's trading the Qs, which is the NASDAQ, right? So if you look at the difference here, for example, today's are in the IB today. It's a 24 point IB. Oh, it's a 217 point IB for the NQ. 130 something down here for the Globex, and same for Asia. So I'm thinking that that's obviously a big factor. The form, oh, son of a bitch, it does that sometimes. I don't know. One of you guys is a wizard. I know, Antonio, you use this a lot. Why does it do that? And I don't know some magical way to have it go back again. But it's irritating. I got to do this every time because it just scrunches all down, and I don't know why. It doesn't is there a way to auto scale this thing or something? I'm sure there probably is. I mean, there's a lot. This thing will do pretty much everything. I am absolutely sure that if it's an issue, it's on my side of the headset. That's for sure. Okay, there we go. So, thanks for your great idea, Anton, and it's so far so good. Now, this is pretty much nothing for profit, but times 5, that could keep you out of that could help. So there we go. I've got to do at least 1 or 2 trades a day. Now, but having said that, I'm well aware that that's precursor for forcing trades, making stuff up, seeing patterns where they don't exist. I'm going to follow the strategy as I did today, but let's hope that it works. I mean, let's hope that it presents every day. Some days it does not. This presented perfectly. Breakout, pulled back to within the 25 and the 50, which you need to I needed to extrapolate because there was a 60 or what is it? Hold on, nobody move. There's a 57% probability that we pull back, retrace to the 25%, and a 28% probability we retrace to the 50. So my thinking was, okay, there's the 25, there's the 50. I need to extrapolate somewhere in the middle here, and this looked like some logical places. There's a reversal, there's the mid. There you go. That was pretty easy. I just wussed out and trailed up too quick. But no. That's a personal problem. Yeah, I don't know too. I don't know either. It only happens when I've tried, and I very rarely ever switch instruments, right? But yeah, there you go. Now, when I watch some of those edgeful streams, frequently those guys will switch back and forth from instruments, and it doesn't go pear-shaped, I don't think. It might have to do with my monitors or, the scaling on my, who the hell knows, my stuff. I need a hot glass of tea so you guys get ready to make some money. Oh, IRT crashed. Oh, that's magic. Why the hell did that happen? Son of a bitch. Okay, start the data. Let's do some downloading over here. 918. What brought that on, I wonder? I go out to get a cup of tea and or a glass of tea, and the system falls on its head. Hi, Pandy. Dad's got to do something right now. Yeah, IRT broke. I know. Happens all the time. Look at all the naked volume points of control below us down here. Isn't that funny? Amazing. And I realized that some of my volume profiles had been goofed up. These micro composites have been goofed up, I guess, with the roll, but only on the MES, not on the ES. I fixed that yesterday. So, oh, look at here. It went back to the, it rolled back to the full session from the RTH. You nasty little pig, you. Yeah, Panda, just a minute. I know you're down there. I can feel you rubbing on my leg, baby girl. Why did it do that? I know I save these things. I do it all the time. And why doesn't it auto-save? Yeah. Open up. Now all the... any trades that were in there are upside down. Okay. Get wide open there. There you go. Okay, I guess we're all right so far. Why it does that? Just a minute, Panda. Hold on. Hold your horses there, child. I'll look at the trading thing here in a minute. Oh yeah, I gotta do the whole enchilada now. Boom. 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 Okay. Now these are breakouts. And there was the retrace. We back to the retrace? We are back to the retrace again. Okay, now I'm gonna see what this screaming cat's up to. You come here. Come here. Antonio, you can meow in Portuguese. Yeah, there you go. She takes her snacks seriously. Well, there's another, and I don't know what the thinking here is on these, you know, these revisits of stuff. And I don't know of any way to do the stats on that, you know. I'm kind of thinking one and done, but I don't know. How often can you go back to the well, right? Especially when we're getting these crazy Ivans and stuff here. They did bring the POC down though. Whoops. Oh. Well, let's see what else is happening. Well, we got two trades in the old-fashioned beauty today so far. And not really anything to write home about. Both scratched. Both took T1 and both scratched. So. And the bar, is the bar open? Let's see. Ooh. There we go. What is all this now? Oh, yeah, here we are. Yeah, here's current. Okay. Got to readjust this because this is all wackadoodle here. Well, we got no lag, so I guess that crash was did some good. Jesus. That's the kind of thing that's really disappointing to me, or I mean, concerning, because if I didn't happen to look at that, I just wanted to, you know, I just clicked on to go back to look at something in IRT. It would have been crashed and all the session prices down, and, you know, Ned would be having a stroke, and I wouldn't have known boo. So that's not very good. See if we've got everything happening now. Okay. Okay. So, here we are. All dressed up, no place to go. I hope it's nice where you guys are. It is raining like nobody's business over here. Stuff's flooding and roads are washing out, and it's been raining since, I think, Friday or Saturday. And this place is flat as a board and real hard pan, so it doesn't percolate. And even if it did percolate, after all this rain, it's saturated now. But boy, oh boy, is everything green. I will say that for it. Flowers are out and pretty. And it's damn near July. Can you believe it? You know, it's, geez, it's criminy. Time goes fast. Wow. Unbelievable. Mm-hmm. So yeah, here we are. VPOC migration south. They're still holding in a real tight range. My initial feeling is they're just all waiting with bated breath for this FOMC rate decision tomorrow. Kevin Warsh's big debut, you know, his big spotlight dance. Let's see if the Fed is independent or if he's just a suck up. That's cool. Good for you. Yeah, I mean, a little rain's great, and we certainly need it over here. All the rivers are, you know, reservoirs are dry and all that. All the data centers are, you know, worried about water. They're busy sucking the water out of the aquifer. What a crockett. I hope they all get on rockets and go into space, and then they find out that it's completely, absolutely impossible to do in space. But, you know, let's let them go. Musk will say he's going to do it, and all the fanboys will just go crazy, and then they'll all find out, just like SpaceX has been in business over 20 years and has lost money every year, period. Has never turned a profit. And Tesla's not much better. The only real profitable business he has, apparently, is the internet thing, whatever that's called. Star Trek or whatever it is. But boy, oh boy, they line up to kiss his ass. It's amazing. Really amazing.
The IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Boy, they gave me about 3 more chances there, didn't they? I'm sure they're going to get to that century figure down there. Look at that liquidity. They've been doing that regular as clockwork lately. Well, still in the danger zone for the France. I think it's still about 5 now, 1700 over there. I'm assuming that this is going to break out here pretty quick and go zooming down, and then I'll be disappointed. Still hasn't reached my prophecy down there at the previous low. I'm going to ping a ticket to those Bookmap people and ask them how that confirmation window is supposed to work. I don't think that always is the case with TradingView either. Looking at your post up there, let's just see something here. So there is the setup. There's, let's look at this. There it is. Okay. Now I'm just going to go back to the ES. No, sure as hell. I was thinking that it wasn't always the case. But it seems to be. And doesn't seem to be any way to, I guess this works. Doesn't seem to be any way to magically have it pop up either, that I can see. I guess doing that maybe. Oh well, maybe it's God's way of telling me to stop looking at the net. Pretty weird though. I will say that. All right, well, never mind. Oh, here we go. So there was an opportunity again, but this is going to put me off absolutely. They're going to get down to that previous low, though, I would guess. That's a pretty big pile of liquidity down there at 70 at the century figure. That's 76. Let's see what I'm doing with my had a real rocky start here to the stream. My son called about 2 minutes before the stream started. So I just had to put that, be there when I can. Big deal going on in his life up there. So that's obviously life. Life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? And it's certainly need to keep abreast of priorities. In the old world, these would be IB continuations setups. And here's one of Antonio's VPOC migrations. You would think that if they keep banging on the bottom of this pan, they're going to knock a hole in it here pretty quick and go tumbling through. So far, we've done it pretty close to 4 times. But oh yeah, everything's great. He just got a different offer from a much different guy, and we were talking about what I thought, and I said, well, from the sounds of it, I'll definitely switch. So yeah, it's fine. He's the guy that he did go with, I guess you remember the whole story. The guy he'd worked with for years shot himself. So all of a sudden he was in a new place, but everybody knows his reputation. So couple of 2 or 3 people have been trying to get him to work for him, and he kind of went with this one guy who turned out to be pretty weird, and so another fella gave him a good offer. Was today Tuesday yesterday, and so he's gonna make that move. So yeah, all good, all real good actually. But his phone call timing sucks compared to the stream. I would have not guessed it, but apparently, there's a fairly small niche of builders or companies that build the quality and the price point of home that my son has been doing for almost 20 years now, about 10 years for sure. And so when that fella that he was partners with killed himself, well, all of a sudden that left one less person, and he has apparently got some, there's not a lot of people that has his experience at that price point in Denver, which surprised me. But so it's good, you know. That's kind of like being the best looking gal at the bar, right? you can sort of pick and choose, I guess. Yeah, very definitely okay, though. Better than okay. Excellent. It's been pretty eye-opening for him because he had worked with Chris for so long. He didn't realize that he was the hen's teeth, right? That he had that. I mean, he knew very, very confident in his skills and ability. He's a licensed general contractor himself in Denver. And all the permitting and all the code and stuff, you know, inside out. So the price point they build at is about somewhere between 5 and 10 million for a house. Blows my mind, and they, you know, knock them out pretty regularly. It takes about 18 months or so to build one. They've got elevators between floors and all this kind of shit, but there's a market for it there. So yeah, me too, very definitely. But thank you for your concern and your question. I really appreciate that. Yeah, he's got a pair of Labradors, and they usually have. This is the second set they've gone through of Labradors now. He was out at Chatfield, out at this place that we all know, this dog park, and walking the dogs, and called me with this, you know. He still calls to bounce stuff off me. So that was great. Oh, come on now. Well, here we are. Here we are. Better hurry. Does the swim camp for your son, does it all summer, or is it just, I hope not, actually. I hope it's kind of a intensive thing for a couple of 3 weeks, and then he can kind of need a break from that competition sometimes, you know, I think, in my opinion. Not stop swimming, but stop burning the candle at all ends there. Let me see what else is happening here. I need to take a quick cruise around.
IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Oh, okay, great. Well, good for him. And you and them and, you know, everybody. But that's also good that he will probably get some sort of a break, you know, to chill out and kick back a little bit in the summer before school season starts again. When I was growing up on the ranch, it was like we were excited to get back to school. It was a break, right? In the summertime, you know, you're working from can to can, haying and branding and moving, you know, moving cows and doing all that stuff. And it was school was a rest. It was a break. It was a vacation. I'm on mute. Sorry about that. What I was saying here was that, yeah, these are the level. These are those value area low from yesterday, and the developing down here now. A previous low. You know, in hindsight, the rearview mirror, of course, you can look at any of these and say, yeah, well, I knew that was going to be an IB continuation, you know, or down here, and it's working out. And we're going to get to that century figure, which I mentioned a long time ago. But what I want to do is have other setups vetted so that I can, that don't rely on specific levels like the IB. The VPOC migration, for example. Here we come to that. There we go. 7,600. Bingo, bango, bongo. Now, if I hadn't have been a wuss right here, notice, really important to notice, anybody that's, as an example of what not to do, there's my entry. At no point has that taken any heat down to this target and points south. That's how you make money, is you don't wuss out when you let the runners, you know, have you ever heard this one? Let the winners run and cut the losers short. Well, this is a perfect example of not doing that. So, you know, if nothing else, yeah, use what I do as a example of what not to do, maybe. Meanwhile, I'm going to eat some of my nice little breakfast here. Yeah, boy, there is a classic example of poor trade management. Fear, I guess, it would be the motivator. And at no point, even remotely, was there any heat involved. I must say that trade the other day, I think it was Friday, I guess, when the hedge didn't trigger and I didn't get the ad fill, I was kind of on my back foot. It's like, what? It's so funny, I'm spending so much time and replaying things during the homework about taking off which leg of the hedge and all that kind of stuff, and I never even considered not getting a full fill on the ad. So now you're not really hedged because you're oversized on the mini, and then not having the mini fire, and they were both at the right level, of course. So yeah, it worked out fine, but still, best laid plans of mice and men, right? Yeah, that's pretty cool. They do that automatically on you. I get, you know, as I showed you, it's pretty easy to do with IRT, but and IRT reminds you, you know, if you notice, actually, up here in the heading, if I change from sessions, it'll put the expiration up here also. But in the case of like Sunday when I opened it up, it said that the contract that it was expiring and that I want to roll. But yeah, I think TradingView is probably one of the easiest I've ever seen. There's a little thing at the bottom that said, you just click it and it said it's expired, the new contract is such and such, and you click that and boom, there you go. Pretty funny. The only thing that I have to hassle with at all in a rollover is it's not a hassle. It's just to update the cloud note columns, particularly the micro composite here. And all I do is, you know, the difference, the roll difference in this case this time was 62.5 points. So I go through the column on the weekend and make sure that all the micro composite levels are there, you know, all-time high and volume points of control and all that stuff. And then export it, take it into sheets there, and update the price to by 62.5 points, and then change the contract from M to U, and then save that and re-import it back over here. Import wherever it is, right there. And that's, you know, the only thing that took me a while is I'm sometimes a lazy little pig, and I don't these micro composite levels might be not, you know, out of whack, or I forgot to take off a revisited VPOC, naked volume point of control, or something like that. So I kind of use the rollover as an opportunity to go through and make sure everything's pretty much the same. But as far as the platform goes, and with Bookmap, there's no rollover involved. You subscribe to the new contract, and that's that. So, yeah. God damn, there's 11-second lag. Have to get out my old flying checklist, and get the one that's start brain before engaging mouth. Not a lot to talk about here. Context is maybe just kind of take a trip around the screens here. Blue Boy, the opening print of the session. IB high, IB low. Context is down. Lower highs and lower lows. Down to this liquidity, which was pretty obvious, and we discussed it a time or two, I'm pretty sure. Funny that they didn't tag out the previous low, though, isn't it? By a tick. Is that being a dick for a tick, maybe? And maybe they will. It's not over yet, but we're coming into the RTH2. We'll be up here pretty quick. Oh, not good. There we go. Previous low and Globex low are basically stacked. Yep, by one tick. That's right. We already noticed that. Micro Composite. We got a new bunch of kids on the block over here. Unless this will be the new Micro Composite starting tomorrow. This volume profile will come to a halt, and so will these high and low volume nodes, and then it'll pick up over here. I'm not sure that any of this, I'm not saying any of this is right or should be followed or is the right technique or anything. But what I do is I do it. What I do consistently. The Micro Composite, when price overlaps That's included in the micro composite. When it's not, it quits and we start a new one. Like right here and right here. And I know that some people include more or less and jiggle it all around. I'm not that good at discerning all these esoteric nuances around these kind of things. I think it's better off for me and for the stream, because obviously it's the journal, to be consistent. So there I am. There you have it. What's going on over here? Well, nothing. These would be a short. This is the breakout. There's another one. There's another one. Opens inside, closes below the level. But there's no trigger until on the short side of this system. There's no trigger till we get to the 50. And we have not done so. Here's where the IB stopped forming. This is 30 minutes. And here's the low now for the new one. Oh, well. I needed to wind her back a little bit. There are the B's. And still no trigger, but this is where I had to restart. And the way I do the breakout is it opens inside and closes outside on the down. You know, that makes sense to me, right? Moving in the right direction. What's happening over here? Oh, ho, ho. We're trading the living bejesus out of stuff over here, boy. Now, this is what I used to trade mechanically with Bookmap until it far exceeded the expected, or the back-tested results for consecutive stops. And I didn't want to die out, 1,000 cuts, so I put it on, just relegated it to here in the simulated mode to see if something was broken. Did the market change? And who knows? That's my first suspicion because of the crazy randomness that's going on. But I don't know. So here we have the reason these are 0 is because the way this is coded at the moment. This is T1, first take profit. That's 12 ticks. At T1, the stop trails to entry. So, and this only keeps track of one profit target, this old indicator. So it doesn't know that there was 12 ticks here. That's why it's 0. So each of these should be 12 ticks. Not nothing, but And over here, we're still running. Over here's a long, and we're still heading out. There's the A. There's the B. There's the trigger. And Bob's your uncle. Well, there we go. So there's T1. So now the trail has come up. Now the stop is trailed to entry. And we'll see what happens. Well, that entry would have experienced some heat now, finally. Clearly, this was the target. Clearly, I'm a wuss. Wait a minute here. Still hasn't triggered the hedge or the stop, so I mean, I'm not in the trade, so this is just review mirror BS. Okay, boy, oh boy. Here we go. Coming up on 8 hours and at the wheel here. Probably gonna dust off around the top of the hour and do the shower thing and all that. And then 1:30 I'm off to gather up the princess. That pickup time is the same every day, except Wednesday, because she doesn't go in on Wednesday. So whether it's an early or a late, the pickup's the same. Maybe I'll jack that up to the bottom of the hour. This is kind of boring. Price action here. And I'm not going to start doing some rear view mirror things, so. There we go. And all trades taken live and on the stream in real time with real data. And, you know, I think that's important. So, what a great little repast here my super groovy partner has provided me. Well, yeah, and I've been teaching her to drive. That, of course, would make a huge... she's got her learner's permit, and I've been teaching her, but she's not real keen about it. So, you know, let's go practice driving. You know, I think it's a lot easier to have the chauffeur guy do it. But yeah, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Between school and now this work deal, the summer. It used to be the summer I had the break, right? But hey, I don't mind. But you're absolutely right. And she's got to, you know, it's part of being growing up. She's got to do it. She's just... a sheltered little bunny, kind of. I remember. I've had a driver's license since I was 13 in Montana. When I was growing up, and you were a ranch kid, they knew everybody was driving tractors since we were old enough to walk. You know, 9. I was driving a tractor haying when I was 9, and you had to come to town for school so you could get a driver's license at 13. In my first car when I was like 14 or 15. And it's never been the same since. Knock wood. Been lucky, fortunate. What I did with my wife when we got over here for her driver's license is I did the same training episode I'm doing with Tam. And then she topped it off at a driving place here. There's driving schools all around here. and got her, you know, no problem at all passing the driving test and all that. But she has not touched the wheel of the car since. That was just for the ID and all that. She's got no use for the traffic over here or anything. And the car's kind of big. But the advantage she had was she'd, you know, been driving in Vietnam motorcycles. They all drive scooters over there. Very few people have a car, you know, for years. So she was accustomed, a little bit more accustomed to that. Tam is, you know, had her headset in and looking at her phone, you know, for her whole life. So that's the difference. She's doing fine with the training, but, you know, just going up empty parking lot, you know, turn here, turn there, back up there, park over here, that kind of thing. And then after she gets that down a little bit, we'll branch out into the streets around there. But it's a long way from there till okay, here's the keys, go see you after work kind of thing, or see you after school. That's mainly because the traffic and the drivers here are freaking nuts. Really, I mean, it's real aggressive. Yeah, I mean, when I don't know how old, but moved to the ranch when I was on my 9th birthday. But I was sitting in somebody's lap steering the car and stuff when I was like 3 or 4, you know, I thought that was really a big deal. Great. Really, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. My mom, I guess, because my mom and dad had gotten divorced, and then when I was 4, I think, and then she met Arlie and remarried, and then thank God we moved to the ranch in Montana. But yeah, I mean, before we moved, so before I was 9, I was definitely all about trying to drive and sitting in somebody's lap if I couldn't reach the pedals or whatever. Definitely a different world. That's for sure. I'll tell you what I'm going to do here at the bottom of the hour. I think I'm going to go dust off for a little bit. I've been at this for now about 8 hours. Hour up and stuff like that. And then have that little break before I go at 1:30 to pick her up. Back around 10, quarter after 2 or so for the closeout. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I've got a spot where I did it with, again, a big parking lot where we can go, you know, never any cars in there. She can just practice all over the place, and there's parking lines on their thing, so it's a place to parallel park and do all that stuff. And then the surrounding neighborhood is real low, almost non-existent traffic, so you can it's a great place to get practice on the streets, which is what I did with again her mom. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I just coming back from dropping Tam off at least twice now in a short period of time. I've been driving the speed limit with the cruise control on this road, And some guy comes up behind me in a pickup truck, and he's right up on, I mean, literally inches off my tailpipe, and then dives around and cuts right in front of me. Had I not put on the brakes, would have taken off the front fender. You know, I mean, that kind of thing. And always, when we're on the road, at least one person just goes running through a red light like it's not even there. And that's the part that worries me. It's not her or them making a mistake, but some nutcase, you know, that just comes zooming through a red light, and the innocent person is the one that's hurt, usually. But yeah, real aggressive here. And of course, there's the road rage and the shootings, and everybody's got a gun, and you know, that's also magical here. But just in the we keep pretty close. This excursion of Tam's to where she's doing this job thing this summer and to her school is the furthest we ever venture from here. And this neighborhood is pretty quiet and stuff. I mean, you know, I'm sure there's parts of this town that are a rodeo 24/7, you know. Yeah, that's for damn sure. I was taking Tam to work the other morning. It was the 10 o'clock morning, I guess, so it was a later one. And some guy came past us, had to be doing 70. Up ahead, straight through a red light, like didn't even tap the brakes. And, you know, my first reaction to Tam was, well, that guy's, I kept looking in the rearview mirror expecting a cop car. I just expected he was running from the law. And that happens a lot here. You know, high-speed chases happen a lot. But I guess he was just hungry or thirsty or horny or something, because nobody came behind him. But boy, he was picking him up and putting him down. Maybe it was a she, but, you know, just came by us at 45 or 50 like we were chained to a tree. And then straight through a red light. Didn't even think about tapping the brakes. Pretty goofy. Yeah, I guess. And who knows, you know, I mean, maybe the donuts were hot at the, he didn't want to miss out. I don't know. It was pretty funny though, because my first reaction was the rearview mirror, because I just knew there was going to be cops in hot pursuit, but not the case. Because I was planning to get the hell out of their way. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do here. I don't see anything that's going to come to get me here in the next few minutes. I'm still no heat though, yeah? Well, just a little bit of heat, but not the stop, which would be right there. Now, of course, it's just rearview mirror, and so what? But just that I didn't do a very good job of trade management at all. And notice that I had already spotted this liquidity down here and mentioned it. So even dumber that I didn't stand by for that target, which would have been about 20 handles or so. No, yeah, 20 handles. Better than 2 or whatever it was, 3. What is it? 20. Better than 4 handles. No, wait, 6. All right, I'm going to step away here. I'll make sure the musicking. I'm going to go hit the shower and make sure everything else is okay around the home 20. Always something, you know. And why does stuff always break on the weekend? It's like, come on, please. Now, granted, things are open here, you know, weekends, but you know, one of the shower valves has just decided to stop working, right? So I'm gonna have to deal with all of that. And I had to snake the drains under the sinks in the lav in the master bathroom on Saturday. Just, you know, always something fun. Yeah. I'm going to make sure we've got Mookie. I think we have a lot. Let's see. No, not very much. Okay. Let's move right on to something better or something different or something. There we go. Well, of course, Eric Trump denies UFC fixing claims after viral direct messages. They have a cage fight on the White House lawn, sell a crypto coin for the fight to make money, and this bird brain wants to try to fix the fight. God, if you make that stuff up, it would just be, you know, really? Posted, then deleted a message. So somebody's got him, you know, somebody got him downloaded. God almighty. It's like those morons that, what's his name, Hagseth, you know, that includes the editor of that magazine in this, whatever it was called, something gate they called it, where they were planning an attack on somewhere, and he's included this press guy, and then in the press conference he says, oh, he's a useless hack, but you added his name to the group. You know, it's just amazing, really. Oh, now here's another, here's a new one. There was a lot of stuff going on over the night here, probably worth looking at. And if you have this, Trump was really going off. Israel wouldn't exist if it wasn't for me, and he was feeling his Cheerios here, and I'm sure that's, you can just see the, where was that? I'm sure that Netanyahu is just seething every time he sees these kind of things. Or maybe not. Maybe they both know that they're going to just be crazy sensationalist posts, and they both, well, yeah, I'm going to be doing this. Yeah, me too. Okay, so good. Let's stick with this agreement. Who knows? Who really knows? Maybe that's it. Netanyahu needs to be more responsible with Lebanon. That was right along here somewhere. Oh, yeah. Without me, there would be no Israel. I'm frustrated with Netanyahu. Without me, there would be no Israel. I can just imagine the look on all of those guys' faces. And rightfully so, to a certain degree. I mean, Israel was has been a country for a lot longer than Trump's been the president, Pretty amazing. Anyway, what to say? We're in the Chop Fest, boys. I think we're heading for, it's the big wait around. Yeah, you're right about that. Young and in shape thing and mowing the lawn and doing all that stuff. I enjoy it, but was pretty funny. I had to be in a real awkward position snaking these drains under the lavs. And I didn't think about it at the time. And then Sunday, this was Saturday when I mowed the lawn and everything. So it was a long day. And then Sunday, I go for my usual deal. And this Sunday, it was about 7.5 miles. And I came home and I was just cramping up on the insides of my legs, and I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Am I falling apart completely or what? I couldn't sleep and all this stuff. And yesterday, it finally came to me. It's because of the weird way I was sitting and strained those muscles without properly stretching to do. I didn't even think about it when I was snaking the drain. And so, okay, fine. Now I know what it is. I don't even care. And today they're pretty much back to normal. Tomorrow they will be, but it was pretty funny. I thought, holy Christ, I'm falling apart. I can't even go out and mosey along for 7 miles and I'm falling apart. It's pretty funny. My wife was concerned. She goes, what happened? I don't know. I guess I'm going to fall apart before I die. I don't know. All right. Let's leave it at that, and I'll be back directly. What am I gonna do here now? Yep.
IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Okay. More of the same, huh? I think I'm going to be hot on your trail with the AFK here. Me too. Well, wow, we still haven't gotten down there. Amazing. Hey, what's up, Magic? How you doing? How you doing? What was that? There was what's his name on Friends, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, I did a couple. I don't know whether you execute on Bookmap or not, or whether you care. But I've been more than once. I've been bitten by accidentally clicking in this active data column, and ended up in a long, a market. Basically, it throws a market buy or sell. So what I was trying to do was prevent that from happening. And I'm not saying it's anybody's fault but mine when it does. But anyway, what I found was this. And my reading of this window says, if I click market orders, that means that any market order that will be before any market order is accepted, there should be order confirmation. Market order, not limit, not stop, not boop, boop, boop. Market order. So I tried that today, right here. Didn't work. I don't know if I did something wrong, I need to talk to Bookmap, but in case you were thinking about that, and it's important to you, that would be, that's something you may want to know. Because about 3 weeks ago or two, I was going to move or adjust the price level as I like to do it, and have it about a point wide. And rather than just hovering over it and using the mouse wheel, I had a habit right click, left click, and was going to move, just pull it up and down like this. Well, if you notice here, the mouse turns into a $sign when you're in the danger zone in this active data column or trading column. When you move the mouse back over here, it stays, even though the pointer looks like it's on the price level. As long as that little $sign is active and you right click or left click, you're going to have put in this case, because it's above price, if you left click, it will be a market order at 76.05 right now, right? It'll be an instant market order. If it were a left click, it would be a limit order, so you'd have a little bit of time, because a short, put in above the market is a limit order. But that, I thought I had found a way around that, and I definitely have not. Okay, how was your day, Magic? You all right? You up about $1 gazillion on this crazy day we got going on here? Definitely leaning on your short side. This is a, lower highs and lower lows, but they can't seem to get through the previous low, which is pretty interesting to me. They took my recognized liquidity out here when I did a absolutely justified edge full initial balance trade short right here. Initial balance, pull back to midway between the 50 and the 25, extrapolating between the two percentages. Short. Now I wussed out like the little middle school girl that I am. I wussed out right here and notice that it's still, even to this moment. Oh wait, no, it did finally take some heat, but all the way down to here and south, all the way down to the liquidity, no heat. I'm okay. I got 8 points or something, but this was 20, so that would have been a lot better trade. But there you are. And the only place we got any heat at all was right here. Not to the stop, which in this case I was set up for the hedge, but down again we go. So I hope things are going good for you. I don't know where you are, but it's been raining like stink over here for days. Now there's lots of flooding and a bunch of stuff going on, and it's still, dark as night, and rain had been that way all day. There's so much humidity in the air that the house is air conditioned, right? And it's so warm and humid and out there that the windows are all fogged up. And there's like a couple of kids in the backseat of a car making out. God, those are old memories, huh? Fogging up the windows, making out in the car in the cold. Jesus. Tomorrow's going to be a big one. Tomorrow is the FOMC rate decision under the new leadership of Warsh. All indications are for a rate hike. It'll be real interesting to see if he, in fact, will be an independent Fed or a stuck-up lackey. I have no idea. His background is real stuck-up lackey-ish. He's a real. I've heard him on some podcasts with like UCLA and some real right. I don't like the term conservative because the newer. What I see for the right and the MAGA kind of people, that's not conservative. That's a different thing. Conservative people were rule of law, constitution, Bill of Rights, less government, less taxation kind of thing, in my opinion, what I'm used to. So I don't know that he fits into that category, but those were kind of the theme of the podcast. And then he has been I don't know whether you call it a consultant or a partner with Druckenmiller for years, and he gets like a $10 million check from Druckenmiller every year. So, see where that goes. But tomorrow's the big day. Let's see what happens. Let's see. I'll be ducking out of here at the bottom of the hour for the TAM trip. Bring her home, and then close this up, and I will continue the Globex stream at 1700. This will be the third week. I don't know how much longer this will go on because they're just boring to tears. And what I mean by boring to tears is, there you go. This was last night in Asia, in Tokyo. Now, at 10:30, it finally broke out. Well, I'm not still up at 10:30 because I was, I'm up at 4:30 in the morning. So, no opportunity here. And as I was mentioning earlier here in the stream, I think it could be the instrument, because if this is 24 ticks, 24-point IB here today. It's like 220 something points for the NQ, for the MNQ. Well, first of all, that means that each one of these percentage, 25% zones is 50 points. That's a pretty healthy risk. So I don't know exactly how people are approaching that and trading it. But that's way crazy risk as far as I'm concerned. That's like Tom the Trader risk. I'm risking 200 points or whatever he talks about. I'm risking 200 points and I've got on 100 lot. So, okay. Wow. So this is basically nothing for me to do. Hmm. This old beauty's been working overtime. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trades. Right? 6 actually. I think this one here, I can't tell. These are all, of course, in the simulated environment. This is my old original IB. I might have to dust this off and watch it some more again. I'm going to leave the bottom of the hour, which is a little bit early, but with the rain and the weather, I might have to divert. Some roads are flooded there and figure out where the hell I'm going. And it's just pouring again. Son of a gun. Wow. Wow. I think I'm going to duck out of here early and get ahead of this weather. So in case I have to divert. I'll be back about 2:30 ahead of the market recap. Oh, well, they finally took it, huh? This schedule's starting to feel like in a Pong game or something. Yeah. Okay, so it was, the roads were passable. It's always a big help. Well, let's look at the market recap, I guess, for the day. We finally pushed out through this previous low and got down here to the naked volume point of control from the 5th. So that's a tag out. Again, there's no question about context, is there? Shouldn't be. There's Blue Boy. That's the first print of the session. And here we are. Lower highs and lower lows. This is that test of the market order confirmation, which did not work. And here's my trade for the day. It's a hedge trade that I wussed out on, and I wish I had not, but you know, I'd rather have $137 times 5 than nothing. Okay. IRT. Previous RTH range, and here we are today. Again, lower highs and lower lows. Pretty straightforward. Pretty methodical auction, actually. NQ is, doing its thing. The micro composite chart over here. Now this is the with IRT. First thing to know is you can see in the header of all of these tabs is the instrument, the periodicity, chart type in the session. This is the micro composite, or the higher time frame chart that I use for the micro. Yes. These are daily RTH candles. This is yesterday. This is today. Now this will start a new micro composite volume profile because I only connect these as long as price overlaps. Right, here's a new one. So that's what I'll do in the turnover tonight. And here we are in the market profile. Same idea for the minis. The systems took a few trades through the course of the day. but the edgeful system based on the probabilities here did not. Actually, it should have right here. Except it didn't consider this one a breakout, which I did, because it was not going down. This one was an up bar. So it opened outside and closed inside. That's the difference. I'm not able to see that really over here on but this looks like it did, didn't it? Where's so it's a 76.12 and the high here, if you look at these info box, whichever candle I highlight will be, all the data will be down here. So the high is 76.12.50. That's correct. This very definitely, wait a minute, where's the open? Yeah, 76.12 quarter. So the open inside, close outside. It satisfies the breakout, which is this one here. This must have just been lagging with that. Now these are just signal markers. They're not anything to do with the signals. They're for visual reference only. The signals are over here. And then this would be the trigger for the short, which is exactly what I did right here, right now. The IBE taken low, pulled back to between the 25 and the 50. That was based on the edgeful data. And then I went short. And if you notice, there's only this wick and this one, and that's the same as we have over here, right? So could still be sitting in the short, which would be the correct trade management. All right. Let's move on to Electric Avenue. So tomorrow we have the big, everybody's waiting for it, FOMC rate decision right there, and there. And this is the new Fed Chair Warsh, his first meeting, his first rate decision, and we will see his true colors tomorrow, I think. I hope for the best. So we've got a lot of stuff tomorrow. We've got retail sales, core retail sales. Oh, Trump is speaking at 8:30 in the morning. Wow. Typically, this is never pulled into, this kind of thing is never pulled into the economic calendar of investing.com. And at 8:30 in the morning. Okay. Maybe that's a speech he's given at the G7, maybe. I don't know, because that's where they are. Pending home sales. We've got the Cushing report, crude report, like always. But the real deal is right here. And I'll bet you that there's a whole bunch of cajoling for rate cuts in this speech, be my guess. It'll be interesting to watch. So I'll be off the trading for sure. Won't be trading at all when this kind of potential risk is afoot. 7:30, we've got this risk, which is okay, typical. This one here, and then we got to wait until 1300 for the Fed rate. So depending on what speech is about, that'll make a big difference. This is investing.com. It's filtered for wherever you want to be. You can obviously search up and down, high or low. If you want to know what this speech is about, you can click on the link there. You see it turns into a URL. And the other news source that I use is oh, look at that. That's pretty big news. And that's just 0750 June. What? That's way wrong. Crazy. Anyway, this is Financial Juice. They do pull these non-traditional economic events in here, but ironically, it's not here. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? Nope. There's no speech from Trump over here. So let's see what the story with that really is. And the reason I prefer this, that they do pull those kind of events. As traders today, our main focus is to preserve our account. The fundamental way that you do that is risk management. Because the business we're in is risk. We have to put on risk in order to trade. So risk management is absolutely crucial. And that's why I appreciate these high non-traditional economic events, but those events which have been proven recently to have significant risk potential to our auction. Because if you how can you possibly manage risk if you don't know about it? There you go. So this, and then this right side is where we're going to have more of a squawk box, and this is where we're going to see the market on close imbalance, which happens every day at 1450. So yeah, let's just stand by. Tomorrow morning is going to be a real piece of work. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, these are no kinds of trades that I have any kind of a vetted setup for, and I do not take trades which I have not vetted statistically. You know, vetted meaning back tested and proven with the specific rules to have a positive expectancy. And then it's real simple. Your only job as a trader at that point is to take that trade, those setups, every time they present themselves. And you lean on the law of large numbers to manifest the edge or the expectancy to your bank account. That's the way it works. Yeah, exactly. And did you just see, or maybe you just heard me here on the stream, Trump's got some big speech penciled in at 8:30 in the morning, according to investing.com, which is what the hell that could be. I don't know. I think he's still at the G7 in France, so maybe it's his address to them, you know, maybe, which would be so, okay. But that's that. Don't know. I was surprised to see that. Typically you don't ever see that kind of thing in investing.com. Maybe I made it up, but I'm pretty sure I didn't right there. Let's click on this and see what the hell it says, eh? I always say that and then I never do it. Oh, it doesn't say anything. It doesn't say a word. Yeah, I figured. Okay. Cool. I'm assuming it's still at the G7, but of course, the FOMC is the biggie. The roll went pretty smooth, as far as I'm concerned. And today, you know, a good trade. I just wussed out and didn't. Yep, exactly, Anton. You got to smack on the head. You got to, you know, you got to start selling those predictions. Prediction market, dude. You got to get in the prediction market. There you go. Yeah, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. I didn't have that in mind. Oh well, I fought the crackers and the crackers won. Tomorrow's going to be great. No runs at all. No anything. Get up normal, have a normal stream, watch the normal Trump crisis speech, and then a Fed thing. We got a minute here to the MOCs. Oh, that's great. In reality, you see how much I use the heat map. What I use it for is last price, trading, and I do like the levels and the volume columns and the cloud note columns is what I use it for more than anything. I certainly don't. Well, I do pay attention a little bit to liquidity, but all the balls and the colors and all that stuff, I don't, pretty obviously don't use. Well, here you go. Yesterday it was 3 billion sell side S&P. Today it's 2,200,000,000 buy side. I don't get it. I'm going to have to do some Googling or grokking or whatever the hell it is. I don't understand. But there you go. All buy side high today. Yesterday was lower. Well, yesterday was higher, but it was all sell side imbalance. So, okay. And I can prove it. There's yesterday. 3 billion, 24 million, 2 billion, 155 million, 1 billion, 25 million, 1 billion, 322 million, all sell side. And today, not as high a numbers by any stretch, but, buy side. I find it hard to believe that anybody, any fund or anything else, could be doing such volume completely opposite day to day. I would think surely those people with that kind of size are not day trading them, It's just, I'm sure I don't understand. But, yeah. I think the day's in a hold, Magic. That's what this been, they've been trading them up, trying to position a little bit ahead of the Fed thing. And now this new Trump story that's going to show up here. Who knows what that is? I don't know. I haven't looked. Let's see if Ground News has something to say about that. Here's where Eric Trump was trying to put the fix in for the UFC fight on top of everything else. Yeah. Oh. Well, I don't see anything about tomorrow. Trump or anything. I don't know. I think they're still at G7, are they not? And nothing here. So I think they're still over at G7, and I don't see anything here. Oh, I don't know what the speech is, but it's big enough and scheduled far enough in advance that they've got it in the investing.com calendar, which is real rare. Maybe seen it once or twice. So there you go. And we're going to shut this down at the top of the hour. Now, remember that I'm now doing a Globex stream just because I'm trying to investigate if there's some interesting opportunities in the Globex opening range breakouts. And the reason I stream them is because I am committed to take no trades off the stream, and all trades are live. So it wouldn't do me any good to be watching those in the evenings and then see an opportunity, because I'd have to go, oh, damn, I can't do that. So I don't. So that's why I'm streaming them. If it proves to be boring, if they continue to be like this, which was yesterday, well, there you go. I'm not going to, continue it. But I think it might have merit, so I'm looking into it. I also need to vet some other typical level-based strategies, like, for example, why I was keen about the bar trade or the VPOC migration, as opposed to just my focus has been on the initial balance trades. And the usual stream is every week trading day morning at 800 Central Standard Time, 0800 in the morning. until 1500 in the afternoon, which is the cash market. And by the way, this, in addition to FOMC and now Trump tomorrow, and housing numbers, which are all biggies for the. That's kind of interesting. The housing numbers and all of this stuff is in the morning, and then the Fed meeting and the rate decisions in the afternoon. But anyway, this is a shortened week. Friday is Juneteenth, so it's a holiday. And we had rollover yesterday, so it's a pretty big day. Maybe we'll yeah, well, I'm not doing it. I'm just investigating it. I'll tell you. Well, you and I were talking about that. What's his name? Zinc guy, right? We were talking about him, and you know who I mean. That was doing it and talking about how successful they were, and just in the course of the regular morning stream with Andre. And I thought, well, that's interesting. But what I think the key to the story is, as I said earlier, I think it's NASDAQ or the equivalent Qs. Now, Qs aren't quite as drastic or violent, I don't believe, as NASDAQ. Yeah, there you go. But, and that's the big difference, right? I mean, the range today on the IB was something. The range today on the IB was 24.5 points. It was 200 and something on the NASDAQ. Wow. So that could really make the difference. It would definitely have a big impact, especially on me from a risk management point of view. If the IB ranged a couple hundred points, that means that every one of these 25% of the IB is going to be 50 handles. Well, that's considerable risk, even on micros. So that's why I'm doing this thing. I haven't taken one trade yet, but I've been watching it 1700, and then I do the opening range breakout with all the edge fill data and the special session times, and go through that whole drama to see if anything comes to pass, and nothing has. And then at 1900 I do Tokyo, and about 2030 I'm pooped by then. It's been 14 or 15 hours, standing here at the desk, and I'm off to bed. But I made a commitment to do this, and I'm going to see it through. So there we go. Another hop, skip, and a jump, and we have put another day in the pile. One trade for me. Well, two trades. That test trade on the market orders, which was really disappointing to me. I really thought that was going to be a great solution. The only thing that crossed my mind is I wonder if it's some weird thing like you've got to select that and then restart Bookmap. I don't think so, because nothing else that you do with trading or Bookmap requires that. But, anyway, there's that. So now we're going to sell them down. Well, sure, it's a buy market on closed buy orders, so let's sell them down. And remember, we've got another hour to go. And this is where a lot of things are happening in the closing swing trade. And so there you have it. Now have a really, really wonderful evening. If you want to come back for the Globex and, some more exciting grass growing, paint drying, come cheer me up. That'll be coming online at 1700 tonight, another 2 hours. And then every trading day, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. I took, here you go. I took the IB as it was, exactly as it was put together from my data. This was the test of the market. Yeah, let me show you this. Oh, are we on the right page? No, we still got this guy going on over here. Get out of here, buddy. Okay. I don't know whether you've heard it or not. I don't think it bothers you or affects you, but this column is dangerous. And if you accidentally click in here, or you think you're over here, but it's still got the $sign like right there. If I clicked right now, right, left click, that would be a market order instantly. So, yeah, take care, Anto. So, what I discovered here, messing around yesterday, was this new thing which I had not seen before. And what this says to me is that if I select market order, that's going to require a confirmation to submit a market order. And I thought, great, because I don't ever enter or hardly ever use a market order to enter. Even on hedge trades or anything else, I'll just, put one just below or just above the market or something, a limit. So I thought that's great. The only time I've ever been market orders recently and been burned is when this story with this column. So I figured, great. If I accidentally click over here, it's going to say, do you want to submit that order, or whatever the pop-up would be, and I would say no. Well, that didn't work. I tried it, and it immediately put in an order. I got right out, flat, essentially $12 or something. And then the market proceeded to set up. The IB pulled back to the 25 short of the 50, and the data was 60% probability to pull back to the 50 or to the 25 and 30% to the 50. So I extrapolated to the middle and the mid and shorted. I didn't manage the trade properly and took it off here. It didn't take the hedge, and of course the hedge just replaces the stop for trade management. But that's the trade I took. And actually, thanks for reminding me, because I need to put this on for the end of the day. Snap for the journal and for accountability and for all that other ability stuff. There we go. Boop. There you are. So there's the trade. There's how it's graphed. Here's the exact data from A to Z right down there for both of them. And that's it. That's the hedge. So that's the trade. But it was exactly as planned by the initial balance setup that I'm using edge full and the data. So that it was just right. Yeah, take care of yourself. Have a good evening. I'm going to sign her off and check my eyelids for leaks here before the 1700 starts. See you in the morning. Remember, Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. All trades are live, real time. No recording, no playback, no BS. See you tomorrow at 8 o'clock Central, or at, if you choose, if you're around, Globex at 17.